The last 2 days have been awful, and today will be awful, and tomorrow will be awful, and Sunday and Monday will both be awful, and then hopefully Tuesday is a little bit less awful, but it probably won't be. Anyway, let's actually play Rollercoaster Tycoon. Like I said, and like you can see in the layout, we have done 20 out of the 21 main scenarios. So today will be the final one, Thunder Rock, which honestly looks really easy. Let's get this thing started, because it's like 4 hours long. Yeah, we only have to get 900 guests by the end of year 4, which is just objectively easier than what they were asking me to do last time, you know? Like, the previous scenario was 1,000 in 4 years, and the land couldn't be messed with and stuff like that. We can mess with this land all we want. It does sort of seem like it does sort of seem like it's gonna be... Like, the amount of space we have is not great, right? But it's not terrible either. Does he know? I guess not. I don't think there's anything to know. You can adjust the land here. You are allowed to do it. The land being on so many... Like, it's honestly just... I think that as we go, we're just gonna end up flattening the whole rock. Not, like, literally down to the ground, but, like, the top is gonna have to be flattened. Like, this hill area is not very helpful. But yeah, we start with one of these guys. I'm gonna lower the price on that, because otherwise they are going to complain. Pretty cool, though, right? I really like the chairlift they've built. The way it goes through here. That's pretty neat. Well, nobody's built a park here yet. It's just a rock. You know, this is basically like just a big rock somewhere, and then someone built a chairlift up to the top. And now I've bought it, and I'm going to start building roller coasters on top of the rock. You know, this is a bit of a weird comparison to bring up, but they had a chairlift to the top of Stone Mountain in Georgia, the big, creepy fucking Confederate monument there, which is similarly a giant-ass rock, just like this. There's a chairlift up to the top of that, and no roller coasters, so it's basically just that. Anyway, what have we got access to here? Do we have... Yes, we do have a steel coaster. That is good. So I'm just saying, here's what we could do. I could just build, like, 8 shuttle loops right next to each other, and then just put the controller down for 4 hours. That would be the easy way out. But this is the final scenario, so I feel like I gotta prove my mastery of Rollercoaster Tycoon here, you know? This park is free, right? Yes. I think there's only been, like, one park. I think there was one scenario out of 21 where there was a park entry fee, and you can just, like, they don't even force you to have it. Like, you can have a park entry fee if you want, or you cannot have a park entry fee. And if they start you with one, like, they started you with one, I think literally in one scenario, and I could have just turned it off if I wanted to, and then just played it the same way as everything else, but I didn't want to. But yeah, I think we're probably starting with a steel coaster. I kind of want it to, like, go off the side of the rock and go, like, into the rock and stuff like that. Is what I'm thinking. Gonna get 7. Oh, shoot. Is this, like, not even... No. Hang on. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Delete that. Oh yeah, there should be. Hang on. I gotta go turn that on. I forgot. Where is that? Okay, it is on. Yes. Of course, you'll be able to name stuff. Hey, Spock. We're gonna put a loop here. All right, hold up, I got you. Handyman, I'm just gonna place one real quick. You name URE tanks the handyman. Oop, whoop, wrong button. There we go. You be a park inspector? Yes. Well, park inspector, you can be a mechanic, but there are no the park inspector is an RCT3 thing. There's no inspector. But you can be this mechanic who does inspect rides. There we go. Yeah, you can't be the boss, unfortunately. I wonder if I can put a second loop here. Like, theoretically, that's 41. So we should be able to get pretty close to 41 here. Yeah, so we want this to go like... Or you know what we can do? What we can do is we can dig. I don't know if this is really gonna work. Yeah, footpath in the way. We gotta go, we gotta get a little weird with it. These are lower land first still, huh? Okay, there we go. Can't build partly above and partly below. Oh, you can't have the turn go, like, in there. That's unfortunate. Because that would be really cool. And then that's that, and yeah, no. I... You know, we might not be able to build lots of stuff. There's just not that much room. There's just not that much room outside the rock to do this. Um... Also, we have like a ton of speed that's not being properly dealt with. We have like way too much speed here. I think I'm gonna do this. That's a little weird looking, but I think I'm gonna do that. And then this can be probably even like a large helix up. Like so. Let's see, we gotta get back down to 26 to end this. And that's off the edge, so that's not working. Um, I have no strong opinions about planes, to be honest with you. I might have to develop opinions about planes along the way. I wouldn't call this a good coaster. This is a little bit too sprawling to be good, I think. How much money have I spent? I've also spent like literally all my money, so I think this is not good and actually is bad. Um Okay, nope, that doesn't work. We're close to it working, but it doesn't quite work. Um if I move that over one, then that doesn't work. I think I have to do like I think I have to give myself some space to do like a one of these, like an S-bend right here. Or we can just do S-bend left. And then down to 26. And then that can't be one of those. But it can be one of those. And then finish it off. All right. Not great. It's not great. But let's just test it. I think it's going to be going way too fast for most of this. It's very space inefficient. We're going to have a number of coasters kind of moving through the center of the rock and then going outside a little bit here and there where possible. I think, oh, none of this has chain lift on it. Hang on. How did I screw that up? Hang on. None of this has chain lift on it. There we go. Oh, hang on. Nah, it's actually working perfectly. It's a little... It's like slightly fast at the end, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Yeah, no lateral G problem at all there. 5.91 excitement. That'll go up a little bit as we build other stuff around it. That's fine. Let's go ahead and stick the exit. I don't know. The exit can stay here, actually. The entrance, I'm going to put here. And then we can do, like, go over it like that. And then this we can just extend by like one, like that. Oop. This, delete that. And then perfect, we've got our ride. And this thing is getting called Your Lunger for some reason. Rainbow Serpent of Australian Folklore. Never heard of that before. Oh yeah, and we set this to $7, because apparently they could be $7 the whole time. Apparently these could have just been $7 the whole time, and I only ever did 5 because I'm dumb. So that's that. This thing probably could be sped up, by the way. Yes. Get that thing moving a little bit faster. Alright, well, perfect. There's our ride. We are gonna need E-Tanks to cover the exit here. E-Tank's mowing the dirt. No, he's not. We're gonna need you on this. Like that. Well, the chairlift is not the only way up. You can also just walk up. It's important that you can walk up and down because when guests want to leave the park, they will no longer ride rides. So if a ride was the only way to get in and out of the park, then guests who want to leave wouldn't be able to leave because they would never take the ride back out. I think. I think it works that way, maybe. I think maybe if you set the ride to free, they might go on it. I'm not sure, though. I might be wrong about that, but either way, we got a way for them to walk up and down. That's important. I'm gonna go ahead and stick like a... Like, let's just get some jams going. I'd really love to be able to put... Like, wouldn't it be sick if you could embed the Ferris wheel into the side of the rock? Like, you could have it, like, right there. And then there's just, like... Like, you can't have land over something, unfortunately, except path, for some reason. But it would look so sick if we could have rides in the side of the rock. I think there's actually, like, no... Yeah, here's our space for the Ferris wheel down here, I guess. Oop. Like, we can put a few things here, even. Just for the sake of having a few things. Exit, and then... You know, I think the annoying thing about this scenario, I think what makes this the true final boss scenario, I can't see through the rock. This is the only angle we can really see the park, the front of the park from. Kind of a little bit annoying. You know, maybe if I do underground view, does that... No, that doesn't even help. Well, we're about to totally screw up some path for a minute so that I can build this the way I want to. I like, can't delete the path behind there because it's been... It's like... This is not cool. This is just not cool. I gotta delete the path leading directly into the park so that these things can connect. There we go. And then we replace all that. And And then, is that even connected? I feel like shouldn't the... there are... Hang on, yeah, invisible... Remove vertical faces. That doesn't help. That's not helping. Shouldn't, where... I gotta be able to, like, zoom in on it or something, and then... For some reason, this isn't connecting still. Like, I don't think they can get to, Hang on, this guy just went in the path. Where's he gonna go? He makes it. Oh no, okay, the sign is there. I'm blind. I don't know why I wasn't seeing that sign. We're fine. Okay, perfect. Well, there's where we're putting that. This is a 3x3, right? Yeah, not helpful. But there's some casual rides just to bring in the casuals, I guess. We'll go ahead and sell stuff. I assume because we're in a desert, it's basically never gonna rain. And it's probably better... It's probably better to, just sell the umbrellas at a regular price, you know? Because it's like, it's not gonna rain. It's straight up not gonna rain. Oh, I'm too poor. Guest 142 is lost. This is... Well, that's a skill issue on Guest 142's part. The exit is literally just over here, but sure. Is it? I don't know what that is. Uluru. Rock in Australia. Oh, like that rock? Yeah, it probably is supposed to be that rock. Yeah, it probably is supposed to be that rock. Well, so... There are 86 scenarios on the disc, but I'm out of time. I am moving and doing all this shit, and I'm not gonna... Xbox thing will be going on a 4-month hiatus after today. So we are trying to get everything finished up, and that means we've scaled back the Rollercoaster Tycoon goal to be just the 21 base game scenarios. You know, there are 21 base game scenarios if you bought Rollercoaster Tycoon new first day or whatever. And then after that, there's all the DLC scenarios, right? There's 65 DLC scenarios, which are included in the Xbox version. But my goal is just going to be the 21 base game scenarios. It's possible that in those 4 months, once I'm finished and I come back and I'm streaming Xbox games again, at that time, we will just unfinish this game and keep going to try to get to all 85. And all 85 would take over 200 hours for sure. But I am going to finish the 21 main game scenarios in probably about 61 hours, somewhere around 61 hours, which is better than the other time for it. Apparently someone else has done this before, and it took them over 100. Don't know how that happened, to be honest. No shade, but how? So... Anyway, now we're just waiting to build up money again. This is one of those classic Tapioca spends all the money on one mediocre roller coaster and then has to sit here for a while moments. Where I'm just... I am now chilling and waiting to have enough money to build anything else. Let's see, this is... We're gonna put this on normal funding and get rid of those. Nope, already maxed out the loan. Yeah, I don't know. I am still going to be streaming during those 4 months, but probably only on weekends. I definitely not at the regular time on weekdays. That's impossible for me. But probably weekends, 1 p.m. Eastern, I think I'll try to do. Because I don't want to completely disappear forever. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do. Yakuza runs are a big possibility. Some kind of other thing is a possibility. I feel like anything that I speedrun, I would just be really bad at, because I probably won't have time to, like, grind practice or anything, or, like, the thing about Yakuza runs is that I would usually, like, if I'm doing, like, an any percent grind of something, I kind of would just do 1 run per day. And we would just do 1 run per day for, like, a month, and eventually, you know, that would add up to something meaningful. If I were only doing 1 run per day, 2 days a week, I would just never get a time that isn't awful, you know? Like, I would just suck at the game forever. So, it's, I don't know, but... Probably some kind of Yakuza thing will happen. Won't have access to OG 1 and 2, unfortunately, because I won't have my PS3. So it would have to be one of the games that's on PC. Obviously, K3 is right there. Did you guys see, by the way, this is a Kiwami 3 thing. Did you guys see that Sega put out a tweet about it yesterday, responding to everyone clowning on the game for looking ugly? They put out a thing yesterday that are like, we are aware of that one screenshot where the water looks like blue Gatorade and there's no lighting in the corner of the city. That we're gonna patch it. There will be a day 1 patch that addresses that. So that's kind of funny. That's really interesting that they felt they did have to address that. Because usually they just keep their mouths shut about everything. Yeah, it is, right? People really were asking for Kiwami 3, you know, hardcore for a long time there. People really wanted it. And then as soon as it's a thing, everyone's like, wait, this is shit, actually. The old one was better. I can't put this there. I would love to put that there, but I... Oh, wait, I can put this here. Oh, I'm a genius. Check that. No. Because then there's no way to put the exit. Damn it. I'm not a genius. We're deleting this. Yeah, what's up with the... Literally, what's up with those cow assets? I really do wonder about the cow assets. I don't think anyone other than me ever mentioned it, so I don't think they need to address it. But, those are, like, definitely AI. They have to be. What if I put the haunted... Hear me out. This would be a lot of path. Wouldn't it be cool to put the haunted house right here? You know? And then you, like... I mean, theoretically, what I could do... Now, I would want the haunted house to be here. If you put it here, then you could just put the entrance and exit here and then just path it through the rock. But, like... it would look bad to have the house here instead of properly, you know, tucked in the corner. You'd path it with the entrance and exit, like, here and here. And then they would go up, and then they would come back down, like, here, you know? So it looked kind of bad. It looked kind of bad in the end, I think. I'm not going to do it. Let's see, we've got only that. I'm going to do a log flume. I think a log flume is the play, actually. Everyone loves a log flume. We're going to build it over here, and I have a good idea. It's going to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, is that just the edge? That's just the edge. Can't put a turn here. Wait, why can't I put turns here? Too high for support. Oh. Shoot, welp. If I put the turn here... Can't partially build above and below ground. Welp. Never mind then about this whole idea. Never mind about that whole idea. I'm just gonna fix the land real quick. I do want a log flume, though. But yeah, I can't, I have a great idea. Hang on. Hang on, I'm a genius. Check this. Wait, no, that won't work. Yes, it will. Hang on. This is probably way too expensive to be built right now, though. We're gonna circle back on that. But we can put a ride. Like, see this flat space here? We can put a ride with the station hanging above this bit of path here. And then the entrance and exit queues would all connect to this little corner here. Whatever you make next, call it wireless controller. Got it. To be honest, I think I want to do this without shuttle loop, but shuttle loop is too OP for making lots of money really fast. And I do need to make lots of money really fast here. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here doing nothing, waiting for this coaster to slowly make money. You know what? We can charge more than $7. Actually, if they were paying $7 for those rides for 4 years, they're gonna pay more than... They're gonna pay like $9 right now. People are gonna pay me a lot of money for this ride. Yeah, we've reached the enshittification part where the rides get worse and worse, and yet also I charge more and more for them. Remember when I used to only charge $5 for my coasters? Well, 9. I was hoping that the 7th station here would, I thought the 7th station would give me a second car for, like, more throughput, and it didn't. Realized I was a normie gamer when I discovered people complaining about stick drift. I mean, it's actually a problem, though. Like, specifically, I mean, you know, the Switch The Switch has a lot of problems with stick drift. But even, like, it's funny you bring this up while I'm playing Rollercoaster Tycoon on Xbox. This game has no dead zone. If I, hang on, I'm gonna demonstrate this. Be back in like 1 minute. Enjoy footage of this roller coaster. Okay, so here I've got the Duke, right? This is the original controller that they sold with the Xbox in 2001. It is an often clowned on controller because it is so fucking large. If we unplug that one and plug in the Duke, check this. It's just got fucking stick drift. Look at this. I'm not touching anything. It just does that. You know, the stick is centered right now, and it's just drifting because there's no... Like, this is completely unplayable in this state, you know? This is literally unplayable, and it's just because there's no dead zone in Roller Coaster Tycoon for some reason. They've set the dead zone to fucking 0, so any... Like, this controller works great for every other game I've ever used it on, but for Roller Coaster Tycoon specifically, it is unplayable. So there, stick drift does matter, even if you're a normie. Well, normie gamers are not playing the Xbox port of Roller Coaster Tycoon, but you see what I mean. It's bad. That being said, my Joy-Cons work still. I've had my Switch since like 2018. I bought it when Smash Ultimate came out, so 2018, I think. And it has not started drifting, though it did one day. There was one time I was playing a game and it was drifting. This is a bunch of years ago, and I just kind of like, I don't know, I was like unhappy. I was like, oh fuck, they're drifting. I'm gonna have to buy new ones. And then I accidentally dropped, like, the controller assembly thing. Like, you know that piece of plastic you get with the Switch that you can, like, snap the Joy-Cons into to turn it into, like, a controller? I dropped that later that day, and then suddenly that fixed the drift. And it was just like, oh, okay. Yeah, the N64 analog stick issue is not drift. It's that literally... So if you look inside an N64 controller, right? If you look inside the analog stick, there's basically these two plastic brackets that are sort of crossed. Like, one's on top of another, and they're perpendicular to each other. And then the stick itself lives in the intersection of those brackets. And the idea is that when you move the stick up or down or something, the brackets are then sort of like pivoting, and then that pivot is picked up by a sensor in there, and that's how the analog stick works. Those brackets are made out of a very soft plastic that over time just wears away. And so that's how your stick gets looser and looser, because the little hole at the intersection that the stick lives in gets wider and wider, because the plastic just gets worn away. That's why if you look at an N64 controller and you kind of look where the stick is going into the assembly, like you sort of look in there, that like dust in there is plastic particles from the brackets. That's the plastic getting eaten away. I think. I might be wrong. Take everything I just said with a grain of salt, because I'm only like 50% sure that I'm right. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So yeah, N64 analog sticks are bad. And then every stick after that. I will say though, the upside is that it's very precise with small movements. That's something that other analog sticks that came later, which use different designs that don't kill themselves, as quickly at least. Other analog sticks can't really match the precision. Like if you ever buy like a quote unquote GameCube style replacement joystick for your N64 controller. I own one of these and used it for a while. Those things are pieces of shit, and the issue is that around the center they completely lack the precision. And it just makes it so that like a lot of games play kind of weird if you use one of those. That's the kind of thing that a normie gamer wouldn't notice, but as a non-normal person, it was bothering me. I couldn't use it. The GameCube ones do not drift, no. As far as I know, GameCube analog sticks don't drift. You gotta ask like a Melee player about that though. Melee people will know all the failure modes of GameCube controllers better than me. My one GameCube controller that I played all of GameCube thing on. I mean, I have 4 controllers, but my one that I played all of GameCube thing on, the face buttons on it have been ground into dust. Like the face buttons on it have absolutely no travel anymore and just feel like mush from years and years and years of mashing buttons. They're all mush. The Z button is like, it doesn't click anymore. It just kind of mushes down. It's kind of unpleasant. It drops a lot of inputs too. I was having this issue when I was doing Sunshine speedruns last year. I was having this issue when I was doing Sunshine speedrunning that like that controller was just dropping inputs at that point because it was so old and beat up. I do have 4 controllers, luckily. Yeah, there's a thing with Melee where certain controllers are like calibrated differently than others from the factory or something, and they like can't do certain Melee tech. I think Melee players are losers, for the record. I'm not like a Melee person, but apparently that's a thing. Alright, I'm just gonna let Handyman 2 wander. That's not even getting into the phenomenon of like, you know, there are people who carve notches into their stick. Like you carve a notch into the gate of the stick so that you can have notches for certain things. This is also a Melee thing. Personally, I'm fine with the Smash 4 controllers. I know people have complained about them before. Melee people, again. I know that, you know, people who are very particular about things are like, no, it's different. You can feel that they're different. In my opinion, they're the same. And I will happily use the Smash 4 era GameCube controllers because my GameCube controllers from back in the day are very, I don't know, very beat up. They're knackered. I have a pretty good idea. Wait. No, this doesn't work at all. Hang on. No, this doesn't work at all. Never mind. That's not a thing you can do in this game. Ooh, what if I put the station down here? That's kind of cool and mysterious, right? You know what? I want to try something. I'm gonna try something. I want to try something. We're gonna do this. I want to see how a certain thing works. Oh my god, that's hideous. If we put this in reverse incline launched mode, reverse incline. This is probably just gonna instantly blow this up. Yes. That didn't work. Reverse incline launched mode is like... What I was wondering, so like reverse incline launched mode is that the car goes backwards out of the station at the start, is the idea. And then it goes like... I think I'm gonna do that. I'm trying to build my own original version of, I'm trying to build my own original version of Shuttle Loop here, you know? And I'm not sure exactly how to do it. Yeah, that's like gonna... Hang on. Yeah, I can't... Ah, there we go. I really wanna... Okay, here we go. Then we lower this. Alright, this kind of looks stupid and ugly, and there's no loop. We're gonna have to figure out where to put the loop. But I want to see how reverse launch mode works, you know? Reverse incline. How do you make a reverse incline? Reverse incline launch mode. It doesn't give you like a speed that it does it at. How do you... It doesn't actually launch. Like... I want it to go back. It doesn't actually launch, so I don't understand. Like, you put this on powered launch mode, it gives you the 31. Reverse incline launch mode. Like, does this have to be a chain lift? Hang on. Maybe this has to be a chain lift? Oop. That has to be a chain lift, then this kind of can't work. Oh, it's gonna rain. Hang on, we're gonna temporarily pump up the price, and the price is gonna go back down after. Buy my umbrellas, please. The price is gonna go back down after, because it's, like, not gonna rain very often in this scenario, but gotta take advantage while I can. Nobody has bought an umbrella from this at all. Hey, there goes someone. Okay, we're making money. All right. Now I am going to... Here's what we're going to do. We're going to lower the price of umbrellas from this one back down, but we're going to leave the price of umbrellas downstairs at 20. And then if it ever rains again, we can just click same price throughout park and it'll automatically adjust all the prices. That's what I'm going to do. That's my clever plan. Why is... Yeah, that's still at 20. Perfect. But yeah, so this does... It looks like it had to be a chain lift is the issue. I don't think we can do a steep chain lift with this type of ride, though, so I think that this is pretty much the best kind of hill we can get, which is pathetic. And then it just kind of goes... And then it just kind of goes like that, and then it just kind of goes back, and the excitement on this is very low. I'm thinking... Do we have access? Yes. Ah, okay. There we go. They knew. They kind of knew, though. We're going to do this. And then we're going to do... This has to have a loop. Shoot, we're at... This has to go down more. That the loop can fit. Raise or lower the land first. Really? The amount of clearance they want over this loop is ridiculous. Like, I think we're going to be going way too fast now. And we're lined up with the, We're lined up with the path, so we have to fix the path. If we're doing this. Yeah, I think that... Because we have to have a tight turn there, unfortunately. It has to be tight. But that's probably going to give us a major G-force issue. That is still raise or lower the land. Well, I can't get in there anymore. So, gonna have to spend a ton of money on fixing the land here. But I can try again. I was stupid to... It was stupid of me to try to do this blind. Alright, let's test this. You know, this is an unbanked turn as well. I think that this design might be not viable. I think we might just do instead of the reverse launch, we might just have to do... Ooh, okay, that's too much. Let's give it 2 more. It kind of looks like this might be higher than this, so we should be okay, I think. And then hopefully it can make it through the loop and back up this steep hill at the end, you know? Yeesh. Okay, well, hopefully that's all right. Ugh. Well, there's our ride. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. Way too many lateral Gs. Yeah. And those lateral Gs come from almost certainly the first turn. Yes. The second turn is less bad. The second turn is an acceptable range. This just has to be banked. This just has to be banked. So let's bank it. Yeah, I know. I am aware of the death of the first coaster. I will fix it when I am done messing with this one. Or I'll fix it. Oh, okay, no, it's working again. It's working again. Alright, it like barely catches that. It barely catches the chain lift. It's very sketchy. But it does catch the chain lift, so good. And then up. Lat G's never goes above 3. Perfect. So this should be a solid, right? Yeah, 5.8. 5.8. Guys, we've built a banger. We've constructed a banger of a ride here. This thing has pretty much the same excitement as this thing, but costs about 1/10 as much. Of course, I have to build the entrance and exit path and stuff now, which is going to be a little tricky. But, hell yeah. My first ever reverse incline coaster, too. And we are going to name this thing because this is the next ride, and thus it will be named Wireless Controller. Alright, gotta do the path stuff now. Well, these two coasters took the entire year. That's fine. Too high for supports. Oh my god. I didn't know that could happen. We're gonna have to do this. I didn't know that was possible. This is gonna be really, really, really expensive. Because we're gonna have to do this. We are gonna swap the entrance and exit queues. Or the buildings, rather. Yeah, this shuttle loop has actually ended up being really expensive. I wouldn't build something like this again. Look how much the path costs. That roller coaster in the way? I'm not sure. Good. Then we can go in there. Yeah, cheap design, but I had to build it in, like, the most expensive neighborhood in the park, you know? I just had to. It was calling out to me. All right, there we go. The queue line is so short. I'm gonna spend a little bit more money on digging, just so that I can make the queue line a bit longer. Just to make the queue line a tiny bit longer. Oh yeah, it's real umbrella hours right now. I'm busy. I'm busy though. Everyone's just gonna have cheap umbrellas. That's fine. I don't care. That's fine. And this thing is gonna be $6. More than $6. $7. Because this guy, people are queuing for this at 9, and it's excitement. I'm pretty sure price is related to excitement. That's 5.92. This is, 5.9 or something like that. So this will also be okay. Well, I've built a scaffolding nightmare over here. Wish it didn't have to be this way. Really wish so. I wish you could just like build supports in like a don't build supports type of way, you know? I think we're gonna need a lot of mechanics to service this park. It is actually kind of large in terms of like path network. So it's taken mechanics a long time to get places to fix things. But that should hopefully start to generate us some cash as well. Oop, how did a queue line get there? That'll be Gris. Okay. Our mechanics are Spock and Gris. Looks too intense for me. Come on, babies. Go on my shuttle loop. I spent several $1,000s on this shuttle loop. It was really important. Be a mascot? Sure, I'll spend $40 on a mascot that I don't need. $40 a month even. For 4 years, you're gonna cost me a lot of money, Pixel. This is like a political patronage job where I'm giving Pixel a salary even though I don't need him to do anything. Congrats, you're now head of HR at the Department of Public Works. The ride is so good. I'm so proud of myself. I like how if you're walking by here, you'll suddenly just see the roller coaster lunge up at you. The graph of velocity looks really interesting too, the way it goes up and then it hits 0 again. And then it goes up again. 5.80 excitement for that's pretty good. All right, what are we doing? I think we're waiting again. I think we're waiting again is what we're doing. Wait, can you just... What, you can... That's interesting. Okay, so once you build the path, this doesn't work for rides. It doesn't work this way for ride supports, but I guess for just path supports, once you make the path, you can then just delete the land under it and just have infinite height path. new Rollercoaster Tycoon tech. I've tried this before for ride supports and it didn't work. Yeah, it still cost me. That still cost me a few $100s. It was not wise to do that, but I did it. But yeah, we're gonna have to chill for a little bit and wait till these rides generate a few $1,000s again. Why does it keep raining? It really is surprising to me that it keeps raining in this scenario. We are in the desert. Park rating kind of sucks. 771's good. That's fine, actually. What do we build next? While we're waiting for the money to come up. What are we building next? Maybe an actual shuttle loop. No shuttle loop at all. We've got 400, we need 900. We're in April of year 2, so we're doing fine. I do want to try to do this without placing shuttle loop, because that's sort of my... That's sort of just like the cheat code. It's just like shuttle loop everywhere. It's cheap, it has the best stats. I gotta, I think I'm gonna try to make my own... I mean, this was DIY shuttle loop, basically. But I think I'm gonna build one of those that's not off the side of a cliff. You know? Smaller coasters that still have decent stats. Now, the thing is, I don't know how to get decent stats with a small coaster other than building something that kind of looks like shuttle loop. Like, it seems like the whole... like launch modes and stuff, just it seems to work really well. I don't know any other tricks for that, so it's kind of just like... like my own inventions are just gonna basically be shuttle loops still. Not very exciting. Let me fix this land, by the way. Oop, that's a bit too much. Powered launch, but then do other things with it. Well, the idea is for the coaster to be cheap. Yeah, we'll see if, well, hang on. First of all, I don't think I have... Yeah, I don't have the corkscrew coaster, so I don't think I can do corkscrews and things. I could do double shuttle loop, just shuttle loop but with 2 loops instead of 1. Slightly lame, but, you know, this is my original idea, do not steal. Crank launch speed to max, as many loops as possible. Oh god. You know what, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm gonna build it in the center of this. It's gonna be like... not exterminator. I don't have a ton of room. I'd have to do some stuff about the path here. But I would love to just have like 4 loops here. I think that would be really funny. Let's see, do I have like a larger space I can do this in somewhere? Maybe if I did it in this direction, it'd actually be better. Or wait, how about I do this? No. I can go up a bit though. I've got space. You can do that. A loop costs $470 to build. I'm in the negative cash now. Let's see. How fast is the max speed for launching? Powered launch mode. 60 miles an hour. Can it do 3 loops? Yes, it can do 3. It can probably do 4, honestly. I think that we're gonna call this ride the Blender. If it... Somehow I don't think that this is going to be acceptable stats-wise, but if for some ridiculous reason it is, then we shall call him the Blender. $18. Come on. Come on, people, spend money. I need to build this one piece of track. Spend more money. Perfect. Okay. So let's see. Let's see how this goes. Hello? Test it. Man, it goes right off the top. Okay, hang on. Let's lower the speed on this a little bit, because I really do just want to see if the stats are acceptable as is before we build more. Yo, thanks, ID. I'm gonna try my best to stream on weekends. Oh, is it not gonna be able to make it back? No, it makes it. It makes it. We're good. So I'm not disappearing entirely. But yeah, thank you. It, you know, means a lot to hear that people like the stream and stuff like that. Somehow the excitement rating on this is lower than that other thing, but it does work. The ride does technically work. Should we add a 4th loop? I think that... I don't know if it can do a 4th loop. I think, yeah, we're gonna need one more piece of track on top as well, for sure. I think we crank up the speed to 60 and add a 4th loop. Is where I'm at with it. I think it can do 4 if we just, you know. Now we crank the speed a little bit. And let's test this thing, the Blender. Is it still going off the top? Nope, we're gonna have to add one more piece of track to that, but it did not go off the top, and it did successfully complete all 4 loops. This is a cursed ride. The excitement is 5.81, making it one of the most exciting rides in the park. It's not cheap because it has 4 loops in it, but we need $126 to build this. Come on, someone spend money. 126. Bam. Alright. The ride is now perfect. It can't do 5 loops. I don't have the money for 5 loops. Have the guests not been blended enough? There we go. We can charge quite a lot for the blender, too. You know, it does still get views, actually. If I go to YouTube right now, I got a kind of decent number of views on that. I uploaded my Yakuza 2 All Sub-Stories run kind of recently, and it did pretty okay as well. Not Y5 hundo numbers, but... Ooh, hold up. Have I got comments? Let's go! Let's go. I got 2 comments on my Yakuza 2 run. Or no, hang on. This morning, 6 hours ago, I got a comment on the Y5 hundo run. Hollow Me commented, "You're a god." Thanks, Hollow Me. And then someone last night commented on OG2 All Sub-Stories, and they said, "Not to be that guy, but isn't it faster to aim for the hole-in-ones in golf?" They're referencing the golf part of the run, so I'm gonna have to answer that later, because the answer is no. Well, I tried briefly to come up with setups for the hole-in-ones and was not able to do it. Like, straight up, I couldn't figure out how to get a hole-in-one. But even if you could get a hole-in-one, you still have to be there for all 10 swings. You can't stop early. So, you know, it would let you save a very small amount of time because you could theoretically get 4 hole-in-runs and then spend the next 6 swings just, like, instantly, you know, like, minimum power, and it would be maybe, like, 10 seconds faster. But again, I have not managed to find a setup for the hole-in-ones, so... So the answer is maybe, but in practice, no. I couldn't figure out how to do that. But let's see. Hang on. I opened YouTube so that I could see the views. In the last 48 hours, the Yakuza 2 All Sub-Stories run has gotten 181 views, and the Y5 Hundo run has gotten 106. So, yeah, it still gets views, absolutely. That looks good for Handyman 3. I think Handyman 2 is just going to cover down here. I'm just going to have him cover the entire downstairs area. The paths are starting to become a mess, so we do have to do something about it. I've got all these handymen if anyone does want to be on the payroll. I'm hiring all my friends. Blatantly corrupt theme park owner. Yeah, if you look at the... Literally, I I was just goofing around because I didn't think anyone would actually watch the full Y5 Hundo run. But I accidentally did engagement bait. I accidentally did some engagement bait. 7.5 hours into the Y5 Hundo run, I said, no one is still watching the VOD at this point. If you are, you have to leave a comment. That's the rule. And there are, let's see, how many comments are on that video? There are 180 comments on the video, and I bet half of those are people leaving their 7.5 hour comments. People just like, yep, still watching 7.5 hours into the run. So like, damn, nothing but respect for someone willing to sit through that. Symbols gotta get the underscore in, of course. The underscore is not silent. Yeah, it is a fun run, but 7.5 hours in is, I'm pretty sure, in the middle of Saejima chapter 4, which means that those people sat through the taxi grind, where I just quit out of taxi missions for like an hour. They sat through the hunting grind, where I just walk around in the snow in silence for like an hour and a half. They sat through the prison sequence, which is like 40 minutes of cutscenes. You know, only the most hardcore viewer can make it that far. I was thinking about it. Y5 Hundo is a great run, in my opinion. There are a number of like, kind of boring parts, though. To be honest, all of the side stories are boring, I feel like. The taxi part is just, like, grinding, failing taxi missions and mashing through dialogue and quitting out of things. The hunting is just, like, an hour and a half of walking around. The idle stuff is, like, an hour and a half of quitting out of minigames. The baseball stuff is just playing the same baseball minigame for like an hour or two, and it's just like extremely easy and just the same thing over and over. But yeah, I definitely like the minigames are very well spread out throughout the run, which is good. The heat actions, keeping track of that. I think that's my favorite part of the run, honestly, is I really liked finding places to do all the heat actions in the run. That and Victory Road was just like Victory Road and the heat actions as like this meta thing you're keeping track of during the entire run is just like really, it adds a layer to playing the game that I think is really interesting. You know, like, Y5 Hundo is definitely a way more fun run, I think, to stream and to watch than OG2 All Sub-Stories, which I'm glad that I did OG2 All Sub-Stories, but man, does that run fucking suck. Like, it is a bad run. No one should ever do it. But like without all of like the mini games and stuff, without nearly as many mini games and like meta things and stuff like that, it kind of is just like RNG and walking, and that's Y2 ass. It's just, it feels like 17 hours of gambling. Like you're just gambling for 17 hours straight, and you need to win. And then when you're not gambling, you're just waiting for the next part where you start gambling again. It's punishing mentally to do that run, but also at a lot of times it's very boring. What was I about to say? It's kind of got me interested in maybe doing like, I haven't looked into 400%, to be honest with you. I have no idea what that would entail. And I have no time to do this, you know, anytime soon. But I wonder if 4's completion list is similar to 5's. Or it would be, like, interesting to do. I don't love 4 as a game, but maybe the hundo would be really interesting. I don't know. I'm like chasing another good high percentage Yakuza run. I'm gonna need a guy whose job it is literally just to keep this area clean. Like your job is this. Oh shit, wait, but that overlaps with someone else's job. Look at that. Okay, that's really bad. Well, hopefully not too much garbage accumulates up here, and if it does, I'll deal with it manually. Actually, wait, I can do this. And then I think I have to do that. And this. And then this will be this guy's area. I think he'll be able to walk up there now. But yeah, Y5 Hundo is so interesting and fun that I'm actively seeking out other games in the series that would have really interesting completion lists. Maybe 4. Gaiden is always on like the, it's always on my mind because it would be so fast. It would be like legit 10 to 15 hours for Hundo. But like the list is just not good. There's like a few things about it that would be funny, like doing the hostesses because they're like live action, like FMV, real people. And that's just kind of funny to have to do during a run, but aside from that, the list is just like bad. I straight up still haven't played Pirate Yakuza. We are not going to smash that MF add button. We're at 4K. I can build another ride. What are we building next? We can build another ride. I have a bunch of money. Also, I have to keep placing these guys around the ring. Oop, I'm over here now. And then we can have you. And you are going to cover that. Okay, so we're covering the whole ring now. The guests should hopefully stop complaining. Yeah, a lot of the completion lists for the newer games, this is a thing in Gaiden as well, when I looked into it, are just like, play Virtua Fighter 2 10 times, win 20 fights in Virtua Fighter 2, but at no point does it ever ask you to just beat Virtua Fighter 2, whereas 5 is just like, beat it, and I think that's perfect. You know, like 5 asks you to succeed at every minigame, whereas the newer games often just ask you to play it a certain number of times. Do I have bumper cars unlocked? I don't think I do. Nah, I don't have bumper cars right now. I kind of want to I want to put the house somewhere. I wish I could put the house here. That'd be so cool. It really bugs me that I can't put the house here, because then the path network would be ugly. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to accept this. We're going to put it here. Okay, and then we're going to do... Bam. And then we're going to do... We can just like... I broke everything. Hang on. Oop, we are not going to think about what I just did to that guy. We are not going to think about what I just did to that guy. Someone just got, No, I didn't entomb him. I dropped him into the infinite void. That's a thing. If guests are underground on not path, then they just fall into the void, which, for the record, the game simply deletes the guest. It's not counted as a murder. The game just deletes them as if they had left the park. That's all. So, I didn't kill him, but I did send him to the back rooms. Yeah. That looks okay there. I'm actually okay with the house being like that. That looks kind of okay. I like the way all the path is underground for it. Well, we think it's that rock in Australia. That, like, famous big rock. Or we could just be in Arizona or something. But, like, look how flat it is. Like, there's nothing here. Like, there's not... Like, this is Uluru from Australia or whatever. It's like if you're in, like, Monument Park in Utah or something, there's more rocks around than just this. Alright, we're gonna build another coaster, and it's gonna be the inverted, super expensive ride. Where am I starting this thing? I love the blender. That is so ridiculous. I kind of love the blender. Let's see, can I put the path over this? Yes. Okay, great. Just making sure before we start that this is even, like, viable. Wait, hang on. We're gonna bring us through the blender at the start. This is like a comfy, like, you get to go through the blender at the start, and then the real ride begins. Also, we're gonna have to recolor this because I don't want it to be red. We gotta have different colors for everything that's up here, or else it'll look bad. Yeah, perfect. Are we gonna fit under there? Yeah, sure. We are gonna fit under there. The ride starts over here. I have a hard time building compact rides. It's like an ongoing problem for me. I can't build stuff that doesn't take up a huge amount of space. I'm just not good at it. That's gonna be Rollercoaster in the way. Yeah, if we go maybe like this. Can we get it? Nah, roller coaster's simply in the way. That's gonna be roller coaster in the way. Absolutely. What if we go up? I mean, what kind of secret? Oh, we have all kinds of, like, stuff here as well that we could be doing. We can do a half loop. That's cool. And then you can only do a different half loop out of it or something. Hang on, half loop. They don't give you any other options. You can only finish the... Ah, wait, hold up. That's cool. Look at that. I kind of don't think that that can actually work, but it is cool. I doubt we have the speed for this. Oh, yeah, the roller coaster in the way is, like, right there. That's not good at all. If we do this and then half loop... Why can't I half loop? Because I have to do this. And then half loop. It's not happy. It's... Today is roller coaster Tycoon. That's what we've decided. It's apparently called that. Roller coaster in way. I have no idea which roller coaster is like which roller coaster is in the way there. I don't even know. We've got a bit of a mess here. Hold up. Can we get... If we can get through another loop of the blender, that would be good. Nah, I can't. Maybe if we do this. Yeah. All right, we're going through the blender. No, we're not going through the blender. Roller coaster in the way. Wait, hold up. We can maybe do this one. There we go. What the... How did we get through there? It looks like we have to be at 29. It kind of looks like we might actually have to be at 29 for this. Hire someone and then guarantee that they not allowed to do any work. I can put them somewhere where they have no work to do. We're crashing right into everyone's favorite ride, the definitely not shuttle loop. Oh, here we go. Now we're not. I spent all my money. This ride is way too big. But I'm going to bring it around to the end now. We're going to bring it around there and then around there. That's the plan. But we have to sit for a little bit. Also, I'm going to go ahead and recolor this. Let's say this one should be green. Nah. Let's say this one should be salmon. Hold up, we might be onto something here. Should be yellow spaghetti. Yeah, that's fair. Something like that's a little bit Spaghetti-like, maybe. It is a pretty long ride. It does go all in there. Requires $666. Spooky. Hang on, that's gonna put me where I want. This is gonna put me where I want. There. And these, oof, it's also expensive. It's also expensive. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait a bit on this. We're going through 2 loops of the blender, though, which is pretty cool. That'll increase the stats of the blender as well. It's awaiting test results. It's recalculating the stats for the blender now that I've put some stuff in it. Yeah, the game is that advanced. Or wait, is it? No. No, it's not. It does recalculate stats. Like, this definitely went up. But, we were looking at the wrong window. Oof. Yeah, one piece of track is nearly $100, so it's just hard to afford anything in this economy. Really, I don't think this S-bend is needed. It's a bit lame, but I might literally just try to end this so that we can see if it works. We need like $320 or something. Well, wait, nobody's riding. Hold up. I'm not paying that much. All right, yeah, we gotta lower the price. $9 isn't working anymore. Nobody is riding my big coaster over there. We gotta lower to $7. That'll get people to start going on it again, hopefully. Where's my dude who's supposed to be here? He's, what the Wait, what? What? Hang on, where is it? What? How is this even happening? What? E-Tanks, what are you doing? I've never seen this before. We've played 60 hours of this shit. I've never seen this before. I think I'm gonna have to replace that piece of path or something. Something's not right there. Something is clearly not right there. Yeah, there you go. I found a way to hire someone who doesn't do any work. Yo, Hydro, thank you. Thanks for the 79 months. And yeah, I hope that the non-Xbox thing goes well as well. I appreciate it a ton, dude. For real. Oh, we're too high up. Hang on. Can't. Oh my god. Screaming, please. I need like $300. The end of my ride already sucks. Just let me end it in peace. $57 is all I need. We did just get bumper cars, yes. Alright, now we can test it. Now we can start actually doing some stuff. We'll see if this works. Perfect. The station is long enough that we've got 2 cars on this as well. Yeah, I do have to name it. I do have to name it that. Okay, it works. We're fine. It's sketchy. It's sketchy. We're not fine. We're not fine. Now, for the record, I do think they would be able to make that with people in the car, but I don't want to test it. So we have to somehow fix this. I have no idea how to fix this. The ride's kind of too complicated. I think I just have to remove it. I don't think there's any way I can fix earlier parts of the ride to get us more speed. I think the only solution is I have to get rid of this corkscrew, unfortunately. If the top goes higher, then it won't line up here anymore. And so then the whole ride will be shifted over by, like, 1 unit, and then it'll be really hard to get it to connect back up. Yeah, simply rebuild the entire ride exactly as it is, but shifted by 1. No. Can't do that. I think this, really... Well, in that case... In that case, we're just gonna stick an inline twist here. Oh, I have to do 2? Okay. Well, let's try this. It's a little weird to just... I don't know. It's a little weird. Let's try it. The game's not lagging that much because there's not that many supports yet. I think as long as I don't build anything wooden, we're fine. I feel like wooden coaster supports are what destroys the speed of the game. I'm kind of trying to build all metal here. Okay, yeah, that works. Ride functioning. How's our stats? Our stats are going to be disappointing. They're always disappointing. I didn't really use very many of, like, the special elements, you know? Oh, 6.87? Okay, well, that's my best ride in the park, then. Never mind. The stats are great. Let's go ahead and get the entrance, like, here, and, the exit. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I know that certain types of rides have like Okay, that does connect. Perfect. I was worried that wouldn't connect. Certain types of rides do have like their stats are just inherently better, you know? And that's probably why this thing has good stats, even though I feel like I made a piece of garbage. All right, we're naming it. Oop, that's not the name button. We are naming it. What's the word? It is Super Mario's Mamma Mia, That's a Spicy Coaster. That's not gonna fit. This is gonna take me forever to type too. Um, Super Mario. I'm just gonna type until it makes me stop typing, and then whatever it is, that's what we're going with. Ah, there you go. We've hit our max. I think we have to close the. I think there we go. I think it's Super Mario's Mamma Mia That's is the name of the ride. I'm gonna need more mechanics just in like a try to ensure that there's always mechanics around sort of way. We're gonna have 5 of them and that'll hopefully do it. I don't like that they were both doing something. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's a thing in real life. I was watching a YouTube video recently about Sonic Spinball because I love Sonic Spinball. It's the best game. And the guy mentioned that apparently there was a roller coaster in England that was that was like named Sonic Spinball for a number of years, and it was like fully themed to Sonic Spinball, which is ridiculous. Well, you've been drafted. Sorry, Ketrub. You're a mechanic now. This one's you. If the cars are meatballs, then we have to the cars can't be green. That's sketchy. There we go. They got sauce on them. That's better. We're doing pretty good so far. We're at the end of year 2. We are going to be at like 500 and we're going to be in like the high 500s by the time all the guests finish showing up from the Mamma Mia coaster. If you don't build a queue, then customers just can't wait in line for the ride. Like the guests will just they'll walk up to the building, and if the ride is there, then they'll get on it. Like if the car is there, then they'll get on it. But if the car is not there, you know, the ride's already going or something, then they'll just walk away. I think maybe one guy can wait in front of the building or something like that if there's no queue line. But generally, you want to have a queue line so that there's always like anyone who wants to ride the ride will ride the ride, you know, like that's the plan. Have you been on it, Dab? Were you on the Sonic Spinball ride? I find that really funny. That of all of the games, is that one. We've got the vertical coaster. I kind of want to like... I feel like the back faces... Like, this face has got a thingy on it. This face has got some stuff on it. The front face has got some stuff on it. We gotta have something stick out the back of the rock now. There's gotta be something back here. I'm gonna step away for a sec, though. I will be back momentarily. And then I think the next target... Okay, yeah, look, we're making money pretty fast now. I think the next target is a vertical coaster that's gonna stick out the back. That's my plan. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. All right, I'm back. Let's see. What are we doing? I'm recruiting Dab88. Okay, sorry. Sorry, but channel points have been paid for this. It took a minute for people to realize that they could start recruiting other people in the chat into the park. Took till the last scenario for people to realize that was an option. Anyway, I've got $5,000, so I feel like it's time to start doing some major construction projects. Obviously, we've got a big hole in the park right here that I would like to fill. I think we can fill it. I think we can do like a... I think I'm gonna want a vertical coaster that starts around here and then goes vertical down into the rock and then pops out of the rock like back here and then goes up and down and then back into the rock. That's my vision. Wow, the entire center of this amusement park is just like nothing. They've built all the stuff around the edges, and then the center is just like a lawn. Let's see, we're March of year 3, 567 guests. All right, we're fine. This is fine. Let's see. Oh yeah, we need a log flume at some point as well. I think the log flume might hear me out. This is a terrible idea. Oh no, I've already built too much crap down there. I feel like a log flume that just covers the perimeter of the rock would be pretty crazy. But kind of already being blocked by this and that. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, Pixel. I mean, if you think about it, like I'm by no means an expert on amusement park history or whatever, but who's supposed to be cleaning that up? Where are they? Why are you in a queue line? You know, like Disney World, they built that shit. There was nothing there and they said theme park coming soon and they built Disney World, but like, you know, I think a lot of amusement parks in the US are the same way, where they just kind of you know, evolved over time, like fucking, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, Knott's Berry Farm in California was originally just, like, some fucking guy's house. And he just started building stuff on his property to, like, amuse people. I think his house was, like, also a restaurant. And he was, like, building stuff to amuse people while they waited for a table at the restaurant, I think is the lore there. And it just grew into, like, a whole-ass amusement park. Which is pretty funny. Yeah, exactly. Pretty cool ride. I hope a brakes failure doesn't kill everyone at some point. Okay, I'm gonna start building. I'm just chilling. It's time to start building because we are not at the guest goal yet. Um, how are we gonna get a path to here? Okay, if I do this, we can get a path to there, and we can put the track over that. Yes, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Brakes failures are complicated. Brakes failures are like, there's like a way. I mean, I think failures in general are complicated. The odds of it happening are pretty low, but not zero. You know? It will happen eventually. That was like not very helpful of an answer. But it's like low percentage chance, but it could happen. How does this fit? It's crazy that this fits. It's very tangled. Let's see, that's 38 and that's 43, so that should work. Alright, check this. We're now gonna descend. Raise or lower the land first. Oh, it's because it's not flat. Hang on. There we go. Raise or lower the land first. Does it have to be 2? Why? Let me go in there. Why can't I go in there? Can you not go vertically down into, you can't, can you? Nah, you can't. Well, that ruins my plan. This looks like kind of a spine breaker. The steep to flat in one piece is bad. No. I don't want my spine to get broken. We have so much speed that we have to burn off. This is, like, very sketchy, actually. I can probably just straight up do that and it would work. Don't like using S-bends, but has to be done. Not enough cash. Oh my god, I spent all 5,000 of my dollars on this already. I don't like this whole thing. We're just gonna... And you know what? It has to be a turn this way, actually. The spine dangler. Yeah, like the ride has just been... I don't know, this ride's kind of bad. I kinda... How am I even gonna finish this, actually? I think we have a problem with, I think we have a problem with not being able to finish this because this is in the way right here. So we can't go low on the rock, but I also don't know if we can go high on the rock. This might have just been a bad idea from the start. Nah, okay, we're in there. We're in there, we're just gonna do it like this. And then that's just gonna swing around. So we need like another $1,000 or something to finish this off at least. So I have to chill for a bit. Just make sure that everyone is still riding all of my rides. Nobody is pissed off at the prices or anything weird. Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna clean up the path network around here. I can't clean up the path network around here. Never mind, it's just gonna be a weird square. I don't like weird squares, but it has to be that way because reasons. And I could move that and then delete that. Like that. Okay. Minor improvement, sort of. They'll find their way back if they were released into the wilds. This park's not that big. I have faith in them. Oh, that's not connected. Shit. This whole ride doesn't work right now. Hang on. I hate that they even let you do that. They really shouldn't. I hate that that's even a thing that can happen. They just let you build rides that don't work. In like a meme sort of way. There we go, now it connects. I had to make the turn look really weird up there, unfortunately, but now it connects. No, you cannot. That would be very dangerous. We gotta get down to 28. There's 28 right there. Yeah, these tracks are all really expensive because, they're all over the, that's not connected. See what I mean? Like, they let you build stuff that just straight up doesn't work. Like, if I put this piece here, it would disconnect and break everything. I don't know why they let you do that. They just shouldn't even give you that option. All right, let's test it. I'm not convinced the ride is gonna work as usual. But we'll bank it later if we have to. We'll bank it later if we have to. Yo, thanks, Alter. Yeah, I'm nervous about it. It's been a really stressful last, like, week just prepping for everything. Ooh, and then that works. Yeah, okay, that turn at the end is probably a killer. That's probably gonna ruin the stats, but... Flat G's. Ooh. Actually, it might be fine. Might be considered fine. But thank you. Thanks for the 5 months as well. I am going to try my absolute best to keep streaming. But it definitely won't be on weekdays. Definitely not weekdays. So this has absolutely got to be banked. That was just like, I don't even know why I bothered. I thought that I would have to change the ride a bit to bank that, and I didn't. We're the safest park in the country, guys, despite the presence of the blender. I feel like that just might be too fast of a turn, even banked. Also, a brakes failure is going to cause this ride to explode into tiny pieces. And it can't be the vertical G's that are screwing me. 4 vertical G's is whatever. And the laterals are down to 2.48, so maybe we're fine. Ooh, 7.57. Oh my god. That might straight up be the highest stats on any ride I've ever built. I don't know why, but we take those. 7.57. Damn. It's not even good. I don't even think it's good. Yeah, that, the penalty is very steep, Pixel, if you have too many lateral Gs. Like, as soon as your intensity goes above 10, it just straight up, like... It just straight up, like, decimates your excitement. Like, it's really bad. You really don't want to have a wrong amount of Gs. Anyway... Can I do another one? Yes, I can. That's that. Uh-oh. Ride there. We gotta take evasive action here. This is gonna be a little sketchy. Actually, this is perfect, because now it just goes down. And that just maybe connects. Yes, it does. Alright, awesome. Open the ride. We're charging $8. Straight up $8. This is the best ride in the park. I know what I got. $8. Alright, I got you. You can be, well, here, all the other mechanics are named except Mechanic 5, so we gotta complete the thematic set. There we go. Now they're all chatters. Yeah, you pull up that keyboard and the whole game freezes, and it's just like, well, I guess this is what we're doing then. You know, a fine way to implement it, but a bit of a silly way. You know, I feel like guests just aren't riding my coasters like they used to. I don't know why. I feel like this queue line used to fill up, and now all of my queue lines are empty. I don't know if that's just like, are the rides too intense? I mean, this is intensity 8.5, and people are hopping aboard. I don't think it's too expensive, because if it was too expensive, literally no one would go on it. Like, we do see some I can't affords, but that's just because they've already spent their money on other rides, which is perfect. Look at the beautiful tangle, dude. We got 4 different steel coasters all in there. That actually looks kind of sick. Kind of wish the supports weren't there, but it looks kind of sick. See, we're at 622 guests out of 900. We're definitely gonna get there. Okay, we're gonna delete Evergreen Gardens. I did back up my save once we ran out of save slots, so I do have all my parks. I've got all the parks. I need to, I think sometime tonight, if I have a minute free, I want to go and, like, FTP off all my saves so that I can, at some point, categorize them and get them online. Xbox saves are a bit weird, though, because of the whole, like, T data versus U data thing. Xbox saves are not nearly as easy to do, to manage, as, GameCube saves were. I really want to build... Yeah, so, like, I don't know what it means, but... So games... So, like, a GameCube game, right? A GameCube save file, it saves to the memory card. And it's literally a file on the memory card that has a file name, and the file name is defined by the developer, which, for the record, I feel like could lead to horrible accidents. If you, like, came up with malicious file names, because sometimes the file name on the memory card on the GameCube would literally just be whatever you typed in for your save file's name. Like, if you typed in, like, my name is Tapioca, it would just create tapioca.gci on the memory card, which is like, holy shit, if two games did that, they would just overwrite each other or something. Like, I don't really know what the technology is there to prevent you from doing that, but most games would have a save file with a name something like, you know, pmw2 save0.gci, and like, okay, that's Pac-Man World 2's save. That's how it works on the GameCube, right? On the Xbox, there are two directories in your E drive. On the E partition, there are two directories in the hard drive. One is called T data and one is called U data. And inside those are directories with title IDs corresponding to Xbox games. And then inside those directories is the save data for the game. But for some reason, there's a T data and there's a U data, and I don't know what the difference is there. But they're both save related. Wireless controller still hasn't been fixed, but because of this, it's like a big pain in the ass to, it's a big pain in the ass to, like, manage your Xbox saves. Alright, we're nearly at 5k again. It's time to build another thing. I kind of want to try building... a log flume here. I have no idea how we get a path here. I think it would have to connect up to this corner. And then it would come down. And then we can have like a log flume here that's just like entirely indoors or something. I kind of want to try it. I'm not sure how this is going to work though. That's what I want to do. I really like the idea of having like the kid rides, like the more casual rides around the bottom, like around the base of the rock, and then the top of the rock is just like absolute spaghetti with roller coasters. The question more is really, how do I finish it? You know what? Hang on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. I think that this is gonna work. And then that goes into the rock there. And then, you know, we can just do whatever we want in here. Too low? What does that mean? Too low? What? Oh, we're at 1. We're at 1 height. I didn't realize that. It's kind of like, you know, we're doing like a Splash Mountain thing where the whole ride's going to take place indoors, and then I want a big drop to be outside, if possible. I don't really know where we are. Okay, we're there. Let's see. We're still in there. How about now? Okay, now we're coming out of there. Of course, have to keep in mind that, yeah, I have no room now. That's, I don't think we could do it quite like this. I think we might have to engineer the ride so that it goes the other way. I think we have to redo this whole thing. That this is actually going that way. Log Flumen way. I don't like the way this works. I just don't like it. We're just gonna do this. Uh-oh, we got the runaway merry-go-round, or it starts going crazy. Starts going extra fast. How is the log flume in the way no matter what I do? This log flume is so in the way. How did this happen? We're just gonna be listening to this while we do work. Look at it down there. It's going crazy. Aw, he fixed it. Okay, that's too far in. That's not what I want. That's really too far into the rock, huh? Okay, well, whatever. That'll pop out there. And then big hill down. We're gonna need a lot of room here. I mean, we need a lot of room there anyway, just for, you know. Cannot build partially above and below ground. That's really gonna screw me here. Yeah, the same one just broke down again. That is correct. That's kind of what happens. That's kind of just what happens. It, like... Old rides, if we come in here... where is it? Old rides have a lower... Where is it? Are they not showing it to me? A lower reliability. There you go. The way it works is that old rides have, like, low reliability, and then when the reliability gets lower, that increases the odds of a breakdown. And then, like, a mechanic repairing it raises the reliability a bit, but, like, can't fight entropy on it or something. Like, it will keep going down, so that's why old rides break down more. It's something like that. Log flume in the way for all of these, huh? Okay, well, the start can be here. The end can be there. Alright. This ride looks pretty good. I actually really like that. Yeah, I could just replace the Ferris wheel in like 2 seconds, and then it wouldn't break down as often. You can do that with roller coasters too. It just takes a lot more work, of course. Ah, shit. Can I even build a path out of here? Yes. All right. This is going to be a giant path, unfortunately. I really like how this came out, but we did build it in the middle of nowhere. This is going to be a giant piece of path. And we're trying to connect to that over there. Like so. Did I just have that at the right height? That just worked. That just worked. I just happened to have that at the correct height. So hopefully, eventually, guests will start, wireless controllers broken down. Damn it. Hopefully they'll start making their way over here. If we do remove vertical faces... nobody's going that way. Why are they not going that way? Literally nobody. Excuse me, is that not connected? That might not be... I think it's not connected, actually. And it just perfectly looks like it is. Because nobody's going this way. Doesn't make sense. Unless... But you can literally see how it renders it. Like, hang on. Height on paths. I think that's a thing we can do. Height markers on path. Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Look how deceptive this is. Look how deceptive this is. It literally shows it connecting the fucking path. And it is not connected. You can literally see the texture of this path that's at 6 changing to indicate the connection. It is not connected. Okay, now people can get to my sick log flume, which is not the bumper cars. So it is not bumping makes me feel good. It is just a log flume. But it is a really cool log flume. Like the way it sticks out there, you get to see how high up you are. And then I kind of don't like this. I kind of don't like that when you... I would love it if when you got out of the rock, you then immediately did the drop, but can't quite make that work. So instead you have this awkward section here. Okay, I think we're going to build one more steel coaster up here. One more steel type thingy. Probably taking up this front area. And then... after that, we're gonna hit the advertise button. I don't think we have to advertise, but we might have to advertise. So let's see, what have we got? First of all, okay, I have $8,000. We're officially at that part in the scenario where you just start printing crazy money. It really sucks that, like, I feel like we only had the steel wild mouse, like, once ever. It's always wooden wild mouse. I don't want to build anything wooden. This is a wood-free zone. We're in the middle of a desert. Maybe we build a mini coaster, just, like, for, you know, people for whom all the other rides are too intense. Maybe we do a mini coaster here. How far out the back can we go? Yep, we can build out the back. Perfect. For the casuals, you know, I understand. That's at 27 and that's at 26. Nah, it can't work. Can't do one of that. You can do it in that direction, but that would look stupid. That's bad. Go up like that. See, that gets me... How high up are we? It gets me to 28 when that was at 32. Okay, this will work. If it won't work... Yeah, that loop there is a problem. I think we just gotta not do that. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore with this coaster. I thought I understood, and then suddenly it let me place that piece, and now I realize that I understand nothing. I think we're going underground here, to be honest with you. Wow, this is a complete mess, and I can't tell what I'm looking at. Um... I got out. We're, in there somewhere. Roller coaster in way. We're gonna have to fix the land later. Alright. Roller coaster in way. Alright, well, I think we're going underground here. It's just trying to figure out exactly how to work this. I think if I pop out like this, actually. Okay, no. Well, this is too close. That just puts me there. We gotta go over one more. Gotta go over, 2 more, maybe even. Roller coaster in way. Really? What else is down here? What else is down here? Roller coaster in way. Okay, well here. So this has to be an unbanked turn, is what that means. We gotta go one more over. We're just gonna pray that I don't get owned here. I mean, I can use brakes. I can use brakes to guarantee that we don't get owned by the speed, but, like, it's fine. That's not the problem. I just hope that this connects. Roller coaster in way. Alright, so hang on. Like, could I really just have not... Okay, I literally checked to make sure I could put something there, and I was like, ah, yes, I can put something there. Perfect. And then turns out we could only put one thing there, and that's it. Yeah, roller coaster and okay, hang on. We have to delete a station. We have to delete a piece of station here. And then do like... It's gonna be very weird. Yeah, I can't build there. I don't want to delete another piece of station just to be able to escape, but I think I have to. I think I have to do this. What? That's the exact thing I just built. What do you mean? Oh, okay. Here, I have to dig so much land for this. This has ended up being, like, the worst project. I really don't like how I'm wrecking the top of the rock for this. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fixing the land expenses after this. What are we at? We're at 23. Okay, perfect. And I think this is lined up. Yes, okay. So that's that. I will fix the land later. I can't even tell what it looks like right now. Oh god. That's really bad. And you know what? Just for like my own sake, yeah, I had to really shrink the size of the station. It's only 5 blocks now. So this ride is actually kind of garbage. It's only gonna have one car on the track. But we're gonna put brakes here. Try to save us from getting owned by that unbanked turn that I have to do. Yeah, that looks like that's okay at the end. That it hits the turn really slow. Lat G's is like nothing. We're fine. We're fine. The stats on this are gonna be junk because it's a like mini steel coaster. 5.6. Okay, we take those. We take those. I'm opening this. I am totally opening this as is. Let's go and put the exit exit here, entrance here, and then we'll try to cheat a little bit. We'll try to cheat it a little bit. Just do whatever I can to try to get a tiny bit extra excitement. Miss the boat hire? I don't miss the boat hire. Boat hires were so... Oh my god, look at all that vomit. Hang on. Hang on. Hire a new handyman. You and your job is literally just gonna be this and nothing else. There should be someone on this, actually. And they're just not here. Oh, good. It's because they escaped into the wilderness. There they are. Oh, and then they just... No. Okay, hang on. Handyman 8. You were supposed to be on that. You were probably supposed to be on that. Well, now Handyman 8's covering a very small area that he better be able to do properly. Oh yeah, I was looking, okay, people are still riding this, people are still riding that. People are still riding this. People are still riding that. People are still riding this. Okay, good. Everyone is riding all my rides. That's good. The heck is this? There's a thingy sticking out of the ground there. I think that's part of the S turn. I think that's the S turn clipping through the ground there. It looks like crap. Oh well. Okay, let's try to fix the land in there that I screwed up when I was working on this. I kind of do want the top of the rock to, like, have a natural look to it, you know? Oop, apparently that can't be there. I kind of thought it was there before, so that's a bit confusing, but whatever. Yeah, that does have to just be like that. Still hasn't been fixed. Let's see. You are heading for it. He's right there. Okay. I think I just need more employees. I'm super rich. I have no reason to not just hire like 15 mechanics. Ruining my mechanics all being named after people thing, but I just need so many mechanics that they're randomly spread better. The best part about this is that all of the path leading up to the log flume is underground, and guests apparently cannot litter underground. So all of the path, the really long path I built to get here, just doesn't have to be serviced. And it's fine. This is pretty good. We're not gonna be at, you know, we have a lot of people entering the park right now, but we're not gonna be at 900 after that. How's the boat? The log flume is good. Check out how cool my log flume is. I haven't looked at the stats. 5.26 excitement on the log flume, which is like a pretty exciting log flume. I think because the whole thing is underground, and then we've got a big drop. That's pretty cool. I really like the little turnout it does. I like that a lot. I don't think we have room for another roller coaster on top. I think we're probably going to end up getting there by advertising, to be honest with you. We're like 120-ish short. We're in March of year 4, so I've got the whole year to try to build some stuff to get us over 900 naturally. Yeah, I may have cooked a bit. How many is this? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have built 6 steel coasters on top of the rock. It's pretty cool. I'm not sure I've ever built more than 5 custom coasters in one scenario, and we're at 6 right now. Of course, some of them are the blender. And some of them are definitely not shuttle loop over here. Yeah, we've got stuff on all faces of the rock now, which is good. The park is still missing a handmade chairlift, yes. I should probably do that. I don't know what to do with it though. Like this chairlift is kind of already the perfect chairlift. I feel like I don't have the... Like, I don't know. That's a pretty good chairlift. I don't think it can be beat. Whatever I make will just be much lamer than the one that was already here, yeah. Oh man, the people are loving this ride. Maybe because the intensity's a little lower. Underground carts, that could be fun. How about a maze? I don't think I have a maze. The thing is about rides like the maze or the carts or whatever, is that they don't really attract anyone. Like they do, but the amount of people that they attract is much lower. So they're like kind of bad. Yeah, too high for can't. There's no I could build. I think the bumper cars can fit right. I thought I saw a spot that they could fit, but no. I don't think there are any spots down here where I could fit a bumper cars. It would have to be on top of the rock, and I kind of want the top of the rock to be coasters only, just from like a thematic perspective. Oop, bad pathing there. For the record, by the way, about this keyboard, someone was asking like half an hour ago if it was default. And you know, this isn't like the PS3 or the 360. The operating system cannot provide interfaces. Like, you know how when you go to save a PS3 game and it brings up that generic menu that like all PS3 games have when you go to save the game? Like, that's provided by the PS3's operating system. you know, the game just requests a save menu, and then there you go. But like, the OG Xbox is not that complex, so this keyboard did have to be programmed into the game, but the keyboard does look so generic that it would not surprise me if it was sample code from Microsoft. Like, there are a number of things, like, of course, as part of, like, the SDK and as part of, you know, just, like, example projects and things that presumably existed, there is a bunch of sort of, like, stock assets that Microsoft provided. Like, for example, a lot of Xbox games, if they cannot connect to Xbox Live, will play the Windows XP error sound. I was surprised to find that. It's the first time I heard it, I laughed because I was like, oh my god, how'd that end up in the game? But then I've since heard that in like 5 games. You know, when you can't connect, it does the boom, like it does that fucking sound that Windows XP would do. And so I feel like that, something like that was probably just like some kind of example code for like, you know, Microsoft gave developers code for how to connect to Xbox Live and how to handle errors that might prop up and, you know, stuff like that. You know, they might have also given out this keyboard. And I don't know of any other games that use this keyboard, like I haven't seen it, but it is also using the, you know, it's using the generic font, which is another asset that seems to have been given out for sure. Like this font is present on almost every Xbox game's disc. It's called Arial Uni. It's arialuni.ttf, and it is straight up, and it is straight up on like every Xbox game's disc somewhere. They all come packed with arialuni.ttf, and that's the font. So like that, I think the keyboard probably was some kind of like thing that Microsoft gave out, but it's not default in the sense that like the Xbox is not providing it. It was programmed into this specific game. I think I can fit more rides back here somehow. Like the lack of bumper cars is really bugging me. But there's just definitely nowhere to put it. Like that looks like it should work, and then you turn and you realize how not close you actually were to making it work. Like, no, it just can't. The park with the worst food in the country. Wow. That's like the only negative award I've ever gotten. I guess people don't like ice cream. Here, I'll build some more stalls. The stalls kind of look like ass. I haven't been building them. I guess I guess the guests want food. They haven't really, I don't think I've gotten a message about it. I haven't gotten one of those like, you know, the guests in your park are complaining about being hungry. Consider placing more food stalls. Like, we haven't got that, I don't think. But I also haven't really looked at, like, the aggregate thoughts at all. Yeah, okay, a lot of people are hungry, so hopefully the extra food helps. Well, where are our hungry people? Are they anywhere in particular? Are they all, like, downstairs? Yeah, kinda. Let's put food down here, too. And, thanks as well. Alright, cool. That should hopefully make them stop complaining. Are a lot of people hating on the haunted house? Oh, shoot. Is it too expensive or something? Yeah, it's too expensive. The haunted house is like... I don't know, man. The haunted house, they, like, don't... You can barely charge for a haunted house. Like, a Ferris wheel and a merry-go-round, you can charge $1 for that through the whole scenario. But the haunted house, you cannot charge $1 for the whole time. You do have to lower the price. Kinda sucks. I think it's because the park rating went up. Park rating has to do with how many guests you attract in some way. We gotta build something down here. I haven't put a fun slide yet. Wait, hang on. Can I just do this? Entrance. Well, other way around. Entrance. Exit. Why didn't I just do this a long time ago? I can just put that like that. And then boom, boom, boom. And that's perfect. And that can open. Except it's facing the wrong way. I kind of don't like that. I kind of don't like how it's facing the wrong way. Hang on. Hang on, we can do better. Ugly color scheme. Ugly color scheme. There we go. Entrance, exit, open. That slide is going to attract like 15 people. It's like you don't attract very many people with non-roller coasters or like rides that are not, you build it yourself. Like a log flume is good for attracting people as well, even though it's not a roller coaster. But you like this thing is going to attract like 10 people tops. We're over 800 though. We're very close. Definitely can get there with advertising. If we're in like August and I somehow still am not there, then we can just smash the add button and we'll be okay. I don't think I can fit another roller coaster in. I really don't. This is about as good as it gets, you know? I don't think it gets better than this, so. It's already very complicated in there, yeah. Maybe I could do a ride that's like... We just got the suspended single rail. Wouldn't it be cool if that like... Like imagine being on the rail, right? And it's just kind of like you're going around. The problem is if it's a roller coaster, it's got to be a roller coaster. But I kind of envision like a scenic version of this where you're just kind of on the rail and you go around the rock. And that could be kind of cool. But, Can I squeeze in an observation tower? I don't think I have that unlocked. Nah, I don't have observation tower. Let's see, we can put this on maximum funding as well for the last year. No Woe Belly either. Nope. Chairlift and way. Definitely can't put it here. I'd love to have it like tucked into a corner, but I can't. I have a great idea. Oh, the pyramid is huge. Little temple there. That's my great idea. The only piece of scenery in the park, but now you can't complain anymore about there not being enough scenery. Look at that. You come in, there's a little temple. This has been here since ancient times, and we've built a bunch of shit around it. Hmm. Can I make one more roller coaster happen? How high up can I make a... Monorails can't go that high. I feel like a monorail around the perimeter of the rock would be kind of cinematic. But apparently you can't do that. I think we're gonna go River Rapids. I don't think I can make another... I don't think I can make another coaster happen up there. That's pretty packed. But we can do a River Rapids like down here maybe. 3, 4, 5. I think it has to actually go up so that we can put the path under it. How it's gonna work. It doesn't really matter what it looks like in here because it's not that important. Does that connect? That does connect. I think I've only built one of these before now. I've never really bothered with them that much. But there you go. Just occurred to me that this won't work because entrance and exit buildings cannot go in the rock. So we got to redo this. Hang on. This has to go out one more, which makes it look like crap, but okay. And then that can be here. This can be here. Don't love the look of that. I kind of wish that these supports would go, like the floating supports don't look good. We're gonna redo the ride a little bit because I don't think the floating supports look good, and I kind of care more about that than anything else. I think I can do like... this, and this is a bit better. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh, I'm looking at this. At too high up, it is. Wrong way. And then waterfalls. All right, there we go. That's a little better. I kind of liked the corner more when it was just the one block. But doing this means that now we don't have ugly floating supports, so that's better. And then we can connect this with this is going to be another like super long path to get to this ride, but it's fine. There's really no good perspective for looking at this. Also, there's a random path out there. Let's get rid of that. But I think we can basically just do that. We do have a weird, like, plaza there that guests could maybe get kind of confused on. But I think this is okay. We do have a weird plaza here. If we go remove vertical faces, then we can see in there that, like, this is a strange thing I've made. I can get rid of this. And get rid of that as well. I think that might help a tiny bit. Yeah, that's good. That's the plaza gone, actually. That is good. Kind of looks bad, though, right? With... You know what? I'm putting the plaza back. I kind of liked how it looked, honestly. It's going back. But hey, that's that. We've got people riding that now. We can charge them $3 for it, maybe. I don't know. No clue what the stats are. Probably not good. But that'll attract some people. Now we've got a water ride on both sides of the rock, too, which looks kind of neat. By the end of this scenario, the rock is just going to be a completely hollow shell. We'll have drilled so many holes in it to build rides and stuff that the rock is just going to be like, well, there was a rock here, but now it's just a styrofoam shell that kind of looks like what the rock used to be. Not a whole lot on the back still, but I think there's never going to be much in the back. It's just hard to get back there. Just hard to get people back there and stuff like that. Yeah, there's really nowhere on top of the rock for bumper cars either at this point, you know? I think bumper cars just can't happen. Let's see. We just got the bobsled coaster. That's exciting. We're getting a shop next, so whatever. Maybe we can do like a car ride. Oh, I didn't realize that stuck out the back. Okay, neat. Well, that looks good. I did get my one corner. I didn't realize this was here. Didn't realize I was building out the back. That's a little weird, actually. Hear me out. Hear me out. Can this fit somehow? That looks very stupid. So it's themed when you go out the back there. You come out and this dude is just staring at you. Let's see, what's next? We're at 850. We need 50 more guests. Pretty much any roller coaster will do it. I really don't think I can fit another roller coaster in there. Water slide? Maybe we do a water... I gave up on the water slides so long ago. I was doing water slides, and then they would always crash. Water slides were such a big pain in the ass. It might be time to build a water slide, honestly. I can put it like here. Water slide shuttle loop. No. This is probably gonna crash. Almost certainly. Like, this is the thing I don't really like about, this is something I don't really like about water slides, is that we kind of have to do that. So it'll be like, oh, you're like, you don't get the scenic view of this turn because you're just in a tube, because if you weren't in a tube, then you would fly off the edge and die. And that's just like kind of lame. Might be able to do this though. Let's see, that's up to 11. Might be able to do this. Oh, land not owned by park. That's gonna collide immediately with that. This would need a chain lift on it. That looks like ass. Okay, we're not doing that. That's over the top of... Yeah, and that connects immediately with that, so we can't do that. Oh, are we colliding with the... Where am I? I think we're colliding with the river rapids. Shoot. I didn't think that would happen. Yeah, we can't actually build this here. The fucking river rapids. Man, I didn't think that was there. I didn't think that was there, but this whole thing is covered in river rapids. And we can't go down, and we can't go up. And that kind of has to be there. I think this whole ride is DOA, actually. I think this whole ride's dead now because of that. I think this whole thing might be getting deleted because there's nothing I can do about that because we can't build a turn in. I was kind of really relying on that working, and it doesn't work. Yeah, no, I think we're dead. I think that's it. Unless I can, no. Yeah, nothing I do. The river rapids are too dense in there. Actually, here's what we can do. This. Then we do S-bend to get around that. Okay, we made it. Okay, great. How the hell do we put our queue lines? I think it goes like that. I think that the queue will be outside a little bit here. Well, first of all, let's just test this and make sure that guests don't die on this section and that they make it at all, because I'm not confident of that. I really want to have an uncovered outdoor section to the slide. It's important to me. Park rating is kind of mediocre. Okay, yeah, that's looking pretty safe. That's looking pretty safe, and then the entire rest of it's covered in there. I don't know how I'm gonna get the path to here, though. It's gonna be a challenge. Nah, there's no death here. This is a functional ride. The queue line is really short. That's not great. Yeah, there's like no way at all I can fix this queue line thing. Wait, hang on. I can do this. Okay, I somehow have to connect this to that. And there's the river rapids issue. The ongoing river rapids issue. Okay, fixed it. The blender has broken. Wait, is that just... I might not have actually fixed anything. Can I get over that? Okay, yes. Alright, that is connected. And then we open it. Great. Just cover any vomit that might come out of that. Alright, cool. Now let me just monitor for a little bit to make sure that people aren't dying on it. Just to make sure that the added weight of the guests doesn't put them over some kind of threshold. A spicy coaster? We ran out of building coasters. We're... Roller coaster space has been fully taken up by all of this. So now we're just building stuff around the perimeter. Like this slide, which looks like it came out really good, actually. And this river rapids, it's pretty cool. Get this guy over here as well. Goal of the scenario is 900 guests. We are at 875-ish. That number really should go up because I just opened a new ride. We're very close. We're very close to, what are the stats? To 900, just like a natural 900, which would be awesome. Just 900, no advertising. Tons of custom roller coasters, no shuttle loop whatsoever, you know. Honestly, park looks pretty good, which I'm really happy about. Usually by the end of my scenarios, the park looks like crap. I've sacrificed the aesthetics. Well, I mean like shuttle loop, like just plopping down. My goal for this was to avoid just plopping down the pre-built shuttle loop, because I've been doing that a lot, just because, you know, if you just plop down the pre-built shuttle loop, then you can make a lot of money really fast. But it's like you're selling your soul to do it, because you're using a pre-built, which feels bad. So that's how I feel about it. I feel like if this is the final scenario, I gotta prove my mastery of Rollercoaster Tycoon by not doing that. I don't have boat hire. Yeah, no boat hire. Yeah, I like my water rides that all like go into the mountain and stuff. I feel like the way they kind of stick out is really cool. I hope that there are no like light guests that can't make it up there, because like they're a little slow. I can't imagine, like, I don't know. To the top of the rock, there is this chairlift, which I did not build, unfortunately. That is not my chairlift, but I can't top it. It's too perfect. But yeah, you chairlift to the top, but then there's also a walking route for freaks. Chairlift haters. See, I can't use bumper cars. I've built all of these things. Yeah, it's time to put down the boat. The boat, this is a spot for the boat. This is a valid spot, I feel. I kind of don't like how you can't build the... Like, I really wish you could build more stuff underground in this game. That's like one of my major complaints. I wish you could build more underground than just paths, because it feels like I would love to have the queue, like the entrance and exit buildings under the rock, you know? I feel like that would look perfect. Oh shoot, people are already coming because of that. No, I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh. Well, now they're trapped. Now I've got them trapped underground. Okay, there we go. I think Rollercoaster Tycoon 2 does, like, change a number of minor mechanics, or, like, add a number of things. Like, I think you can adjust the height you build stuff at so that you can, like, build... You can, like, build at a height without having to, build the land up, put the thing on top of it, and then lower the land under. Like, I think that's a feature in 2. And I think there's just, like, a few quality of life things like that. I think there's a number of new ride types. I think the scenarios might be more difficult and possibly have more different types of goals. But other than that, it is basically just an incremental update to this engine. Like, no, see, look, it's fine. It is pretty much just an incremental update to RCT1, and no other Roller Coaster Tycoon on Xbox, though there is Thrillville. And Thrillville was made by the developers of Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, Frontier, who also went on to make the Project Coaster games. So Frontier, definitely a legitimate developer. I remember seeing a lot of ads for Thrillville back in the day, like on TV and shit. Like, so I don't know. I'm a little bit interested to see what they've done with Thrillville. You know, did they do something to differentiate from Roller Coaster Tycoon? Or is it basically just RCT 3.5, you know? We are naturally above 900, so we are going to pass the scenario in October now. Yeah, I don't know what the console interface is for Thrillville. And yeah, I've seen some footage of Planet Coaster as well. It just, I don't know, man. Like, I like Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. I'll just say I do like Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. I had it as a kid. I played a lot of it. I didn't play any of this as a kid. I just played that. Played a whole lot of 3. I feel like there are a lot of practical benefits to 3D graphics. Like, we've had a lot of issues over the last 60.5 hours with just like isometric not being able to tell where you are anymore, or like there is no camera angle that allows me to see what I want to see here, that sort of thing. Like, you know, that's kind of the major drawback of this compared to like a proper full 3D engine where you can just put the camera wherever you want. The problem is, I do feel like this, yeah, I feel like this game's graphics are incredibly charming, right? All this, like, isometric, like, detailed pixel art and, like, pre-rendered 3D and stuff. I feel like this game just looks very good in a way that, never really translated over to, like, the actual 3D ones. And I don't know how it could. I don't know, because, like, yeah, to me what makes this game look really good is how, like, because it's all just 2D pixel art, like, it feels like every pixel, like, if I come up here, it feels like every pixel on screen is some kind of thing happening right now, you know? We got the peeps down at the bottom, we've got all these tracks that all have these details, and because it's all just rendered out to 2D sprites, they can cover the whole screen in that. But if you're doing like a 3D game with a 3D engine and stuff, you start to run into actual limitations where, like, you can't have such an intensely detailed thing happening on screen right now. They go for a little bit more of like a cartoony, simplistic aesthetic, which is like, I mean, you know me, I love details, like visual detail in games. I love just like looking at all the shit, which you'd think that I'd like new games based on that, but I don't. I like when old games are full of detailed shit. But I feel like something is lost that's never quite regained. Here's the spaghetti with invisible supports. It still looks great, I'm gonna be honest with you. I still like it. I feel like this looks a lot better too, because you don't have the supports. You don't have the weird wooden supports on the paths here. Actually, I don't super mind the I don't super mind this because these are the only wooden supports in like the whole park. There's like small amounts here and there, but then this side of the mountain is just covered in scaffolding, which is sort of a unique feature. So I'm willing to accept that. That's sort of what makes that side of the map unique. Let's see. I've never seen that before. What does Parkitect look like? Yeah, that looks pretty good. I don't know. I think that maybe this is just like a placebo effect thing, right? I feel like when you see something, like there's something about the camera angle being isometric specifically, and everything being kind of small and you can't zoom in on it and stuff. That's sort of just like it gives it a feeling of like you're messing around with like a model train set, you know? Like you've got, like, you know, like people have those really elaborate like model train universes that they build, and it like takes up their whole basement and stuff. And it's got like all the scenery and stuff and all the little bits and pieces. It feels kind of like that, where you can appreciate this little miniature world that you've built. And then if you know, once you put everything in 3D and you say that you just have free cam, it sort of shatters that illusion a little bit, maybe. Make a game about making those little Christmas towns? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe someone needs to do like a charming Christmas market simulator. Alright, you're heading for it? I don't even know where that guy is. Where the hell is this dude? He's heading for Rollercoaster 1, which I don't even know what that is. I'm just gonna stick him up here. Yeah, Planet Coaster has a very, you know, this is kind of like, I feel like it has a very clean look, and you know, it's as like a, you know, if you're designing a UI or something, on some level, don't you want it to be clean and readable so that the person who wants to get information out of your UI can quickly do it, you know? On some level, like that's a thing, but on another level, it sort of lacks personality, right? Which is important in a game. It's sort of I feel like there's a bit of a push and pull there between like your UI having lots of personality and like being unique and interesting, and making sure it's not a pain in the ass to get information out of it. You know, we could make all games look like Winamp skins. Actually, that would just be good. That would be an improvement. Yeah, I kind of get that though. Like for sure. That's I feel like I've seen people complain about that with the Switch in general. A lot of first-party Switch games are like Arial, white text on black background, and that's all the menus and stuff. I gotta find that. Yeah, Winamp skins. Winamp Skin Museum. Here we go. You can witness thousands upon thousands of amazing skins that all look really bad, but in a good way. It's such a fun time capsule, right? Like I'm just scrolling down and there's a Queen Amidala skin from the Star Wars prequels. Like whoever made this probably like the prequels were new when they made that. They were ongoing. They were an ongoing thing. All this like 90s anime stuff as well. Bunch of like Cardcaptor Sakura type shit and Sailor Moon and stuff. Look at this Xenogears one. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a really great website. It's a really great website. Just like bottomless wall of just like the most fucking 2000s things you've ever seen. I love the amateur aspect of it, that these were all just made by like probably 12-year-olds, and it's just whatever they thought was cool at the specific time when Winamp was popular. That's what's here. And so it's got that, I don't know, it's got a certain flavor to it. Some of them are quite well made, but a lot of them just like look like turbo ass because it was just made in MS Paint. and I love it all. Ooh, we're in October. This scenario is almost done. We are above 1,000 guests. Above 1,000 natural. We've got 922 park ratings. This is a successful scenario. As soon as I see that prompt, enter your name into the scenario chart, I am stopping the timer. Jennifer Love Hewitt skin. The name I have not heard in a long time, I feel like. Yeah, we're still in the first quarter. We got a while to go in October, actually. Man, people are still getting in line. That's the other thing about that's the other good thing about these rides being mostly indoors. My water rides I built down here, they will ride this. It is considered an indoor ride because most of it is inside. So they'll get in line for it when it's raining. I've barely built anything like that this whole playthrough, but yeah, these water rides are probably all considered indoors. Maybe not the slide. The slide is kind of pokes out a lot. Yeah, I think that I don't think I'm gonna play Rollercoaster Tycoon out there. It's tempting, but I would be playing the PC version. And if I'm playing the PC version, that means I'm not playing the Xbox version, you know? So like, it just, I don't know. Like why play it if you can't play on an original Xbox? I'm paying off the loan. Screw it. I'm rich. I'm going negative loan. I'm loaning the bank money. People still riding that. People still riding that. People still riding that. Okay, great. Everyone is riding my rides. They had this. They had the Xbox version. I think this game haunts retro game stores because Why Am I Here also said that his local retro game store had a copy of this, and I bullied him into buying it. It's a totally valid way to play Rollercoaster Tycoon, honestly. We're going to get to the review in a little bit. We're going to get to the review. You know, we'll do our usual Xbox thing wrap-up, but, you know, spoilers, I think that this is a totally valid way to play Rollercoaster Tycoon. Not that there's any reason to do it instead of PC, you know, OpenRCT exists. You know, the PC version won't have slowdown, but if, you know, putting this in historical context, if it's like 2001 or 2002 or whatever year this came out in, if it's 2002, this is a totally fine way to play the game. I feel like the Xbox generally holds up a lot better. in historical context. Like so many of its interesting games, like so much of what it has going for it that's unique is like ports of PC games that nobody would ever bother with today. But at the time, that's totally valid because other consoles weren't getting that kind of stuff. Like, you're not playing Siberia on a PS2, you know? That's 1 point for the OG Xbox. But nowadays, who the hell would do that other than me? So I don't know. I feel like this is one of those games where, like, at the time, you know, this is a valid Xbox game. Today, why would anyone play this? Limp Bizkit 2001. Wait, that's not even Limp Bizkit, though. That's a Buffy skin. They must have edited their Limp Bizkit skin to be Buffy. They were working from a Limp Bizkit base on that one. That too, Limp Bizkit 2001, that genuinely could be a username as well. What a skin. A couple of years ago, the Eben Games Store was giving away Rollercoaster Tycoon 3 for free, and I picked it up. So, I have it on there. Also, just straight up got the CD on my shelf over there, too, for that one. And for this game, even. Rollercoaster Tycoon 1 and 3. I've got the CDs right over there. But, I don't own 2. I don't own 2 anywhere. I guess because I wasn't building wooden coasters, we didn't experience that much lag. So, the scenario is finishing a bit early compared to what I expected. We're gonna just barely cut the 61, because this is gonna end in like 10 seconds. I think RCT Classic is just RCT1, but like a modernized PC portish kind of version of it. I am slowing it down, Ketra. We are staring at the lag tangle. There is some slowdown here. I can't make it lag more than this, though, because I've done too good of a job. I built all steel coasters. There you go. We get the guests complaining about the disgusting state of the paths. The same frame, we finish it. GG. That is 21, all 21 original scenarios of Rollercoaster Tycoon completed in a little under 61 hours. Gotta make sure I don't typo my name here, because it's like permanently written. It's going on my permanent record. Go ahead and save that. That is, if you bought Rollercoaster Tycoon on release, there were no expansions yet, then that's the whole game. Original tab, all 21 of them. Nice. And yeah, it only took 60 hours. Of course, that is not the only thing on the Rollercoaster Tycoon disc. There's also Corkscrew Follies and Loopy Landscapes. These were the 2 expansions. And then at some point they also released this and this. I don't know where these parks even come from, but these 2 things were expansion packs that they sold that are included on the Xbox, which I'm just gonna say, great reason to buy the Xbox version. You're getting the complete collection there. But yeah, that's that. There are 86 scenarios total on the disc. I think I may come back and keep working on this once we return to Xbox thing in the future. But for now, this is gonna be our official-ish stopping point. Not quite as good a high score as Rainbow Valley, where I killed it with 120k, but for Rainbow Valley, I built like 5 shuttle loops, so we can't even count that. That can't even count. I built so many shuttle loops for Rainbow Valley. You know, it's no wonder I made so much money there. But we gotta wrap this thing up, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna open my thing here. Alright. So, that was Xbox game number 120, Rollercoaster Tycoon. It's crazy. It's crazy that this is game 120 when we ended up only getting to game 144, right? We only started 24 games, which, actually that kind of sounds like a lot, I guess. But yeah, in the time it took us to beat Rollercoaster Tycoon, we played 24 other Xbox games. So all main scenarios took me about 61 hours, slightly under, thus making this the longest playthrough of anything I've ever done on stream, console challenge or otherwise. And it's not even close. Honestly, one of the longest playthroughs of anything I've ever done. No sewer level. This game does not have themed levels necessarily. There's kind of like grass, desert, and then they do introduce lava and ice in the expansion packs, I know. But they never introduce sewage. No sewer theme. Yeah, even more than Y5 Relic. The initial Y5 Hundo run was 46 hours. I eventually got that down to slightly sub 40, but that first run would have been the previous record holder for longest stream of anything, and that was 46. I did build an underground log flume altar, literally in this scenario I had one, but I didn't name it sewer level. I didn't think of that. Someone should have paid me channel points for that, and it's too late now, so don't do it. You know what, I'm turning this off before someone does it and wastes their channel points on me. But how is it? Is Rollercoaster Tycoon a good game? That's the question that we were all here to find out the answer to. Is Rollercoaster Tycoon a good game? Because nobody's ever known before. Well, so yes, Rollercoaster Tycoon is a good game. You know, alright, finished all 21 main scenarios. I'll just put that in the review so it's known what I did. Rollercoaster Tycoon is a good game. A crazy hot take. Here's the deal. I think that in a lot of ways, Rollercoaster Tycoon is kind of a genius design, and not like I do wonder, you know, how it all comes together to be so good. Like, think about it. A lot of, at least for me, a lot of simulation games are just like too complicated. I can't be fucking bothered, right? Like, I don't wanna learn how all of these numbers work. Fuck that. You know, we were just not that long ago playing Daisen Ryaku 7, which is a military simulation. And that was just like, I don't know what all these numbers do, man. Fuck that. I'm not learning this. I feel like the genius of Rollercoaster Tycoon is that it is such a complex simulation. As far as like, there are so many numbers, so many calculations happening under the hood to try to like determine the stats and what the stats do, you know, all of these different things. And yet, you can also ignore pretty much any amount of that if you want to. Like, you can basically engage with the game as much or as little as you want to, and you will have fun. Like, you don't have to know how the stats are calculated, what the stats do. You know, there's not that much you have to know to do the scenarios in Rollercoaster Tycoon and to have a lot of fun. But then you can dig into that And you will, slowly, the more you play the game, learn more and get better at building stuff and sort of understanding how it all works. And I feel like that's kind of, that's very impressive. Most games do not thread that needle. Yeah, you could say that that's just because the game is piss easy, but I don't know. I feel like there's something there that's very impressive to me. And it is really impressive just how much is going on under the hood with this, right? Famously, one dude programmed an assembly, with a second dude doing the graphics, and that's who made it. Yeah, there's definitely a learning curve. Like, if you look at my early gameplay of this, I, cannot build coasters for shit. Like, I couldn't do it. And then by the end, I had those 6 coasters on top of the rock, just, all going in there, and it was, fine. There's definitely a bit of a learning curve to, learning how to properly build things to not cause you problems and stuff like that. What was I saying? But yeah, so I'm very impressed by this game. It's very good. That being said, it's not all positive, right? I agree that the scenarios are unfortunately a bit boring. Apparently this is something that Chris Sawyer, apparently this is a Chris Sawyer thing, that he did not feel that this game should have a sandbox mode. He was like, it's a game, it has to have an objective. You will play my scenarios and you will like it. And it wasn't until 2, I think, that they added just a free play, bottomless money mode, where you can just build whatever you want. This game does not have that. It is just the scenarios, and so we only played the base game scenarios. My understanding is that the expansion packs do sort of start to give you more things to do, and 2 gives you more things to do as well. But all 21 base game scenarios are essentially the exact same thing. All 21 scenarios are just, you need X number of guests in your park by the end of year Y, and your park rating must be above 600. I don't even need to use a variable for that, because it's always 600. They're never but can you do 800? It's never but can you make it never drop below? That's a thing they introduce later. But no, it's literally always just park over 600, which literally is impossible to fuck up. Just clean the paths, that's it. So it's a little bit and the fact that there's no speed up, there's no fast forward, sort of just means that this game was a 61-hour-long auto-scroller. I never even came close to failing any of these scenarios. Maybe Dinky Park. I might have come a little bit close on that one because of the land restrictions. But there were really only I would say 2 or 3 scenarios that had something interesting about them. And every other scenario was essentially just auto-scroller, build a park, and then wait for the timer to run out type of gaming. Dinky Park was original because it barely gave you any land at all, and so that was challenging. And then Rainbow, whatever it was, Rainbow Valley? Yeah, Rainbow Valley, that second to last one that we just did on Tuesday. That one doesn't let you change the height of the land or delete the trees, and that's the true final boss scenario. When you... Stuff like that is interesting, and I would love if more scenarios would just kind of do something like that. Here's a weird shaped patch of land you have to build on. You cannot drain the lake, and then you're building entirely on water or something. Actually, that was just Big Pier. Big Pier was the water scenario. There are maybe a few scenarios that were alright, but I would have liked to see more creativity in the scenario design. And that is something that gets addressed in sequels, so I was not alone in feeling that way. And so it does kind of make every game feel like you're doing the same thing. And it does maybe get slightly old. I kind of had to make my own fun in some of these scenarios, where it was okay, for this one, even though we do have, for Millennium Mines, I remember, even though we do have access to this massive map, I'm just going to build all kinds of shit on top of each other, and I'm going to refuse to touch 80% of the land. I just did that, because otherwise the scenario would have been really boring, or trying to come up with some kind of theme or some kind of thing that we're going with. Like, you kind of have to come up with something to make these scenarios interesting for yourself after a little bit. Yeah, I'm not sure. Getting into how the port is, I'm not sure that the Xbox would have been able to do fast forward, because the Xbox port, I will say, it's great. It's great that they included all the expansions. You are legitimately getting like 200 hours of Rollercoaster Tycoon gameplay out of this. If you play every scenario, I highly doubt anyone has done all scenarios on Xbox. I mean, someone probably definitely has, but probably very few people ever made it that far. But the value is quite good there. Now, I will say Rollercoaster Tycoon did exist by the time this came out. So there was a port dev. It wasn't Chris himself, I don't think. I think 2 or 3 guys ported it or something like that. I think it was Frontier, actually, right? Doesn't their logo appear at the start? I might be wrong about that. No, their logo doesn't appear. I don't think it was them. You know, so it is a little bit like Rollercoaster Tycoon is out and they're porting, or 2 is out and they're porting 1 to the Xbox instead of 2 is a little bit like, but they do, because it's an older game, they do give you all the expansions, so it's a pretty good value. Surprisingly, the interface is acceptable. The interface is entirely mouse controlled. They really didn't try to change it to make it more console friendly at all, other than the radial menu for like one thing, but you're going to be doing a lot of clicking and moving the cursor, you know, as if you're controlling a mouse, but with an analog stick, which, you know, generally that's very frowned upon, but I think because this game doesn't really have any like fast actions where you have to do something quickly, it kind of feels okay. I wasn't bothered by it. I thought it was fine. The major issue with this port is definitely the lag. This game does have a lot of slowdown. We figured it out, finally, that apparently it's supports that cause lag specifically. Other things will eventually cause lag if you have lots, like if you have a really dense park, but most of the lag seems to come from the supports, which is interesting. And they really do cause a lot of, not just like bad frame rate issues, where, you know, the frame rate can really tank. And when that happens, you know, now your mouse cursor is skipping all over the place. It's not, you know, your mouse cursor does not slow down. Its speed stays the same no matter what the frame rate is. But the game's speed does not stay the same no matter what the frame rate is. If you are looking at a dense part of your park, time will actually run slower. And that can make a scenario that's supposed to take 1 hour instead take an hour and a half, you know? Or, I feel like the worst we ever got, it was probably about 45 minutes of lag. We had a lot of lag in Rainbow Valley. Rainbow Valley, we lost like a half an hour at least to the game slowing down. And that's just like, kind of, I don't know, just kind of like, I don't like that, you know? I don't like that you get punished for looking at your cool park. I don't like that the game slows down when you look at your cool park. It's because this whole thing is such an auto scroller where you're just waiting for the timer to run out. It kind of incentivizes you to just like I feel like I was incentivized to build my park and set up my successful, you know, winning setup, and then just go stare at a patch of dirt for an hour. Like, if I really wanted to optimize my gameplay, I would go stare at a patch of dirt, you know, and that's lame. That's not great, and the performance issues are just kind of unfortunate. I find it interesting that an older game that's entirely 2D would cause such major performance issues on the OG Xbox, which I would hope could just handle any 2D anything, but apparently not. Something about those supports, and, you know, probably, someone mentioned it, it's probably like an overdraw thing, where just think about, especially wooden coaster supports, think about all of the shit that they're drawing on top of other things they've already drawn. Like, that's a notoriously laggy thing to do in game dev. So, you know, the port's not perfect, and I think that scenario play is not perfect, but I do think that generally, like, the design of the game and the gameplay is very good. No complaints there at all. It really just comes down to, like, what do I even write? I've just yapped for a while, so what do I even write? You know, the gameplay and design of it all is pretty much perfect, but the scenarios are repetitive, and the Xbox port has some performance issues, though it is nice that they included 86 scenarios. Included all 86 scenarios. So I think that's my review. One last point, there's not really a lot of music in this game. Like, when you plop down a Ferris wheel, it'll start playing music, and technically you can get any ride to play music, and there's a number of different songs that you can select from. But for the most part, it's kind of... There's not a lot of music. I don't know. There's definitely enough noise. I think it's okay. Once you start building up your park, it doesn't feel like so much awkward silence. And I don't even really know. If they added music, would I care? I'm not sure. Maybe the song would get annoying after listening to it for 60 hours. So as far as like a number rating, no, this did not have custom soundtrack support. This is a very bare bones Xbox port. Basically, this is just the PC game running on your Xbox. Like, they've done very little to change it from the PC version, so they're not going to support interesting Xbox features. It would be fun if this had live support, and you could, like, share your parks. That would be the sickest feature ever. I don't even think Xbox Live could do that. But imagine if you could download other people's parks directly, and then, like, fucking check out all the cool stuff people have made. That would be so sick. But yeah, number rating out of 5. It's tough because I feel like the gameplay is like a, you know, undisputable 5, right? It's a 5, but the scenarios were really repetitive. Like, and like it's between a 4 and a 5 for me. I'm not sure if I'm still giving it a 5. Now, I will say, it probably means something that I played 60 hours of this, and I'm like, I would play more, you know? Like, I would go all the way to 86 if it weren't for real life stuff getting in the way. And, like, if that's how I feel about it, then can I really say that the repetitiveness is killing the game? Like, no, you know? Right. Like, I think that's kind of indicative of, you know, how I truly feel about it deep down inside or whatever. That I would willingly still play more after 60 hours, whereas pretty much, I mean, there are games where after 4 hours we finish it and I'm like, thank God it's over, right? So, you know, if a game can last for 61 hours and I'm still like, gotta play more of this, then that's, you know, that's good. I guess I'll give it a 5. Yeah, it is just kind of like, I don't know, it does feel like I kind of have to make my own fun on these scenarios, right? I have to come up with stuff to do, otherwise we're just building the same park over and over. Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave it as a 5. But I'm gonna be honest with you, it's a low 5. You know, it's a little borderline. Yeah, as soon as I come back, everyone's just gonna instantly vote for, like, the worst shit game. Someone's gonna start bugging me about playing Daisen Ryaku again. You know, Xbox thing is gonna come back with a bang, for sure. I don't know, though, Gris. I think it would have been probably since Halo Combat Evolved. Yeah, Halo Combat Evolved at 114 was a 5. And then technically this is 120, so it's only 6 games later, but realistically it's like 30 games later because we played a bunch of other stuff. Recent games have basically all been 3s, which I find interesting. My latest review scores are 113, 13, 11, 33, 333. All those games from my personal list of interesting games were either 1s or 3s. But yeah, there you go. It is possible that once I return to Xbox Thing, we will just come back to Rollercoaster Tycoon. Like, I'll just straight up keep playing it. The review's not changing, the score is not changing, but we'll just keep fucking going on our quest to get all 86 scenarios done, and the timer will keep ticking up. If only because I really want to see how long that would take. I want to know how many hours it is to do all 86 scenarios in this game.